Test, test. Alright, 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. Hello, everyone. Okay. Hello, welcome to the show. Going to be doing a bit of writing today. If you watched my streams previously, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. I made the realization that it's good not to have so many followers right now. Because I can just stream whatever I want, and who cares, because no one's watching. But the people who are watching, I hope you don't mind just having me on in the background while I work on finishing this book. And just trying to pay the bills over here. If you're watching, say hello, so I know you're out there. And hope you enjoy what's happening here. Let's see. Okay, ignore all that. I'm gonna have to edit this as I go, basically. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Basingstoke. Alright. Twins. Horace and Randolph. Oops. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing is fucked. What the fuck? Okay, something might be fucked. Why did it do this? Whatever. Basingstoke. Ben's bait. What a weird sentence. Which, in his mind, was like killing him anyway. Ass-like. Was like killing him anyway. Killing me softly with his song. Killing me softly with his song. Telling my whole life with this song. Killing me softly with this song. He stole the typer because it was there. Hello. Basin Jar. What's his name? Basin Jar. Lived in a tenement on 31st and Loomis. And sometimes when he was feeling lucid, he saw He came home in those moments. He felt truly alive. And he didn't even eat or drink more. These moments. Thank you, Anthony D. Verone, for the follow. These moments. Thank you. Po, 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 po. Were few and far between, but he remembered them, and he could go into them. When he needed to. He came home and that night and inspected his ill-gotten fortune. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. It had no special significance. Besides a strange home. The powder blue oil sat on his desk, looking up at him like a dog. This is a typewriter, by the way. This is Powder Blue Royal 1930s portable type writer. Something like this, perhaps. Hold on, images. It's a Poder. Poder Blue Royal. Something like this. That's what we're talking about here. I like that one though. This is nice. Anyway. Ignore that. Okay. And besides a strange two basin. It had no special significance aside from a strange hum, a glow, a heat that seemed to emanate from it. He wondered what to do with it. He didn't know. can't read my own handwriting. That's a problem. He decided to sleep on it. He was tired. And so he decided to sleep on it. All right. The next morning, there was a knock on at the door. There was knock. He consciousness came quickly, but he was a young man. Itchy back. And so he sat for a moment at the edge of the bed. Excuse me a moment. Okay. Anyway, sat for a moment at the edge of the bed, bleary-eyed. Wiping under the cobwebs. Who is it? What do you want? What you want? No answer. Only more knocking. And more insistent. He stumbled. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. He stumbled. You fuck. I'm a bad guy. Duh. Out of bed. And walk to the door. Not walked to the door. He fucking walked to the door, you maniac. When he opened it, he had to cover his eyes. Because light was so bright. It's the light that emanated from these so bright he couldn't. Belch incoming. Belch. Excuse me. He couldn't see the men's faces. Men's faces. Men's faces. He only knew Shiza. They were wearing, no, not earring. Suits. Well, that's as far as I got with that one. That's the sound of victory right there. Now let's see what Pitt's up to. This one I'm a bit less sure about. It's the Jesus chapter. He's talking to Jesus. Alright, let's just see what's going on here. Alright, don't ask me what's happening here because I'm not entirely sure myself, but that's alright. Fuck off. I hate this thing. Okay. It wasn't until the sirens died down that he was able to catch his breath. He sat against the wall of the warehouse, sucking in long, hard, painful lungfuls of air. Already I have a problem, because what is this warehouse? It's the wall in the warehouse district? in pit. Let's call this the Thursday chapter, so anyone who's just peeking in doesn't get spoiled. In unnatural movements, pit, clambered. Is that what I mean? Clambered? Does such a word exist? Clambered. And I don't want no goddamn images. Climb up with difficulty? Huh. Okay. I guess that'll work. But there's no O. Okay, that's stupid. That's amateur hour. Jeez. Pathetic. He clambered out of the culvert. The heat. Heat from the sewer. Lifting. That's fine. Heat from the sewer. Lifting him up. And heat draft. The heat draft from the sewer, lifting him up. Up. And on to the streets. He breathed. Breasted. No, he breathed. Stupid. He breathed through. Oh my god. Can't type today. Look at this. Through his teeth. His eyes darting this way and that. Waiting for an attack. To come from any direction. What is this? Are you serious? Is my microphone working? Or is it just because I wasn't talking 32 minutes ago? Hang on, I gotta check something. Connected. Can you hear me now? Yes, I think they can. Okay, sorry, I had to check that. How annoying is it that you can hear me breathe? On a scale of 1 to 36,000. Alright. Sorry about that. An attack. Coming from any direction. When he was sure he was safe, he breathed easier. Okay. But it wasn't until the sirens died down that he was able to fully leaned against the wall, against a wall. Comma, trying to catch his breath. How many times is this guy gonna catch his breath? He leaned against the wall, sucking in lungfuls of relatively fresh air. He was in the warehouse district, and he could smell the meat. Packing plants that were just a few miles east. I'm gonna play around with this a little bit. As God stole his senses, hearts of him, his eye, his arm, his sense of right and wrong. He seemingly gave to him a heightened sense of smell. Often this was useful and Useful land. Not reliable. What do I mean here? Important? Useful. Reliable. Important. Synonyms. Hurry up. There we go. Practical, advantageous, effective, trustworthy, steadfast, solid. Solid's good. It's useful. Actually, I like steadfast and solid. A steadfast and solid sense had helped him track targets and illuminate dangers. But in the sewer and out here. But in the sewer, it had been a curse. And out here, with the fried meat, old meat, and death in the air, it felt more like a curse. Yeah, sure, why not? It's also in the rest of you could smell me back, but it's 2 miles east. Strange. Strange. How do I connect these two ideas? See, he'll fully catch his breath. In unnatural movements, Pitt clambered out of the culvert, the heat draft from the sewer lifting him up and onto the streets. He breathed through his teeth, his eyes darting this way and that, waiting for an attack from any direction. Waiting for an attack to come from any direction. When the attack didn't come, and he was sure what do you want? Fine. He didn't come, and he was sure he was safe. He breathed easier, but it wasn't until the sirens died down that he was able to fully catch his breath. He leaned against a wall, sucking in lungfuls of relatively fresh air. He was in the warehouse district, and he could smell the meatpacking plants that were just a few miles east. As God stole parts of him, his eye, his arm, his sense of right and wrong, he seemed he seemingly gave to him a heightened sense of smell. Often this was a steadfast and solid sense that helped Pitt track targets and eliminate dangers. But in the sewer it had been a curse, and out here, with the old meat and death in the air, it felt more like a curse. Oops. It felt more like what? Not a curse. What do you got for me? Curse. Oh, imprecation. Hoodoo. Anathema. Hex. Jinx. Malison. Ban. What's malison? Nah. Hex. What's imprecation? Specifically a spoken curse. I like hex, I think. Ignore that. A hex. That's good. Alrighty, what else? I don't like this. I don't like it. Strange that he would need to, as he always thought himself was beyond these things. He was beyond these things. He was a beast after all, a runner without a pack. But he never felt alone? He could but he hadn't felt so alone. Alone like this for a long time. Tired. Let's go with tired. Tired. Strange. Okay. Strange energy to thought himself beyond these things. His beasts are all run without. In fact, he could set himself against a direction and he could set himself against a direction and just go. But he hadn't felt so tired like this for a long time. Things like fatigue and worry were so new to him. He held on to the brickwork of the building, wet and shiny with last night's rain, and slid down onto the pavement. Okay, that's a little better. Things are starting to form. The form is folding. The form is still unfolding. That's a deep cut from my life. Okay. We've got 2 likes and one of them is me. If you're watching, please like, comment, subscribe, leave a comment. I already said that. Say something in the chat. Please join. A membership really helps. Follow me on the socials. I really do appreciate it. Where was I? No, it's always slid down the pavement. He shut his eyes. He shut his eye, because he only has one eye. He could possibly circle back and kill them. It was in the interior of his body, call it the soul if you want, but he never thought in those terms. It was what? The interior of his body. Thursday chapter. In the garden. Oh, I'm getting a cramp. I hate that. I hate it. The way I cry. Pardon. His eye. Leave me alone. Ignore. There we go. Shut his eye. He could possibly circle back and kill him. So he's falling asleep right here. But first, he's thinking about how and why he wants to kill them. He could possibly circle back and kill them. It was what the interior of his body, call it the soul if you want, but he never thought in those terms, craved / called for. I like this out. I don't like it. He longed to feel the splash of blood against. He longed to feel the splash of their blood against his cheeks. To have his face / hair / clothing, his face, hair, clothing caked with wet, then sticky, then dried out blood. He might rest like some animal, like a snake or a tick that had gorged itself and had fallen asleep some more. Afterward, he might rest Afterward, he might rest like some animal, like a snake or a tick that had gorged itself and had fallen asleep somewhere, in a dark cave buried under dirt and leaves, until he removed his clothes, shed them away like a snake sheds its skin, and became one with the darkness. That might feel good, but he stopped himself from doing this. Why? Another animal feeling superseded this need, this animal primal bloodlust. That might feel good. Satiating. But another animal feeling. An animal feeling supersede this need, this animal primal bloodlust. The fear. It choked him in the night when he heard those screaming sirens and shouting men. It brought him back to the train station in the jaws of the dog, made him as helpless as a child, as weak as a kitten. So he wandered the streets, talking to himself as he did. Doing his best to avoid eye contact with the shadows that occupied, with the strange shadows that occupied the city in... Oh god. Excuse me. This twilight hour. Fortunately, the early morning commute. Oh no. He moved as an extension of these shadows. Naked creature of the darkness. He muttered to himself. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of man? Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of man? Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of man? He couldn't stop thinking about that cop's face. It felt like a mental scab one had to pick at. Over and over and over again. How is it that fuzz... How was it that fuzz had the same face, minus the scars and plus an eyeball? Same face as he had his... How was it that fuzz had Pitt's face? Minus the scars and plus an eyeball. Was he a brother or a doppelganger? Perhaps he was another form of himself that hadn't had to go through the pain of agony of being a Pitt Cicero. He turned a corner and somehow... What's the opposite of a miracle? Is there such a thing? What is the opposite of a miracle? Very curious about this. I want a better word than these. The opposite of a miracle depends on the context, but it can be a disaster, tragedy, calamity. If focusing on an improbable negative event or normalcy, ordinariness, or commonplace, if focusing on something that's not exceptional or extraordinary. Misfortune? Is that the best you can do? Okay, fine. And somehow, tragically? Can't really think of anything better than that, unfortunately. Somehow, tragically, he was back in the tunnels, sewer, back in the underground, maybe in the tunnels. He looked left and right and moved forward. The fear fully gripped him now. In these tunnels, In the tunnels, he took a wrong, or maybe right turn, and found that the brick and pavement had faded away, had turned to dirt. He found himself in the very womb of the earth, with bits of dust and sticks and branches falling on him. He didn't question this, only wondered idly. Don't give away the game. He didn't. He dug into the earth with his hand and silver hook like claw. He had the distinct impression something was chasing him, had cornered him, and was waiting to snap his jaws. And the back of his head, the dirt threatened to get into his eye, and he shut it tightly and waited for the pain to come. But the pain never came. Yeah. Suddenly the roof of the dirt tunnel got short enough that he could touch the top with his fingers and his hook hand, and he could feel himself being raised up, and he moved through the dirt like a fish moves through water, swimming through the earth and the rocks and roots, and he came out of the top, and suddenly it was daylight. Suddenly it was noon. He was in the woods. He looked up at the sky, the clouds moving at a breakneck speed, and the sun tickling his skin. He was in the woods. All the trees were aspen trees, quaking aspen trees. They watched Pitt while Pitt had a million eyes on him. The million wooden What's the story with Jesus in the garden? Gethsemane. Come back. Gethsemane. Jesus refers to the agony in the garden, pivotal event where Jesus prayed in the garden of Gethsemane, one night before his crucifixion, expressing deep sorrow, fear, and submission to God's will, even to the point of sweating blood just before his betrayal and arrest. This moment highlights his humanity and obedience, showing him wrestling with immense suffering for the sins of humanity while his disciples fell asleep nearby. And he pronounced Gethsemane. Pronunciation. No. Stop. There we go. Oh. Gethsemane. Gethsemane. Play it. My computer's slow. It's fine. Gethsemane. It's fine. Gethsemane. Gethsemane. I like it. Gethsemane. Now I want to see a quaking aspen tree. Is this what I want? Populus tremuloidus. I want the eyeballs to be more pronounced. The eyeballs. Yeah, those are the ones. Is it? It's birch. It's birch. Right? Huh. Self-pruning, huh? Okay. Birch trees. My bad. Birch trees. All the trees were birch trees. Silver birch trees. A million wooden eyes. A million wooden eyeballs were on him. And they watched Pitt walking by with mild curiosity. Pitt did his best to watch the trees watching him, but he was just one man with one eye, and they were hundreds and hundreds. One man with one eye. And the trees were hundreds and hundreds. With hundreds and hundreds of eyes. With hundreds of eyes. He could hear them watching him. He could feel them. He could almost hear them. You could see them watching. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la. Ooh. strange singing was so subtle he thought it was his imagination at first. He looked around for the voice, which got clearer and clearer, but he found nothing. Then out of his corner of his eye he thought he saw movement. A horse. I don't know. A white horse, large, like a Clydesdale, although Pitt didn't know that name. It had the... Let's look at a Clydesdale, shall we? Clydesdale. One of my favorite horse breeds. Clydesdale. White. Clydesdale. Big boys. Yeah, there we go. White, pure white Clydesdales are extremely rare. True white horses are born white and stay white. You often see Clydesdales with extensive white markings like their faces. Blazes. Unicorn. There we go. Now we're talking. White horse, large, a Clydesdale. Though Pitt didn't know that name. It had those big, feathered Clydesdale legs, which Pitt stared and marveled just as much as the horn, which was almost the length of Pitt's body. Emanated in a spiral design. Pitt had hardly seen a horse before that wasn't bound for the slaughter, and the majesty of this strong creature made its most prominent features seem almost an afterthought. As strange as all this was, the strangest thing happened as Pitt approached the unicorn. It seemed to melt away. The front half melted with the back half. Tail, head, and feathered legs came together in a kind of ball of light. Pitt covered his good eye with his good hand. His body and the birch trees threaded the light coming from this glowing ball. A kind of hum, oddly familiar, filled the woods. The ball of light. Let's take our time before Jesus shows up, huh? The ball of light dimmed, shuddered, retreated a small amount, and then took shape, a definite man shape. As the light dimmed further, Pitt made his approach. It seemed to get more and more translucent. As it did, the birch trees fell away. I can do this. 45 more minutes. I can do this. I want to do it for at least 2 hours. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna need a snack soon. and then maybe walk my dogs. Excuse me. Manage it. As light dimmed further, it seemed to get more and more translucent. As it did, the birch trees fell away. And turned into a clearing. Turned the grass and leaves turning into vines. Vines with grapes that bordered the area that pit. The garden, for that's what it was empty. The sun made it bright as Pitt walked on. The sun drifted at 1,000,000 miles an hour, making long shadows around him. Not the geometrically straight shadows of the city, but wild shadows of the garden. Hello, fourth viewer. I hope you're enjoying the show. Please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Become a member with us. Help us pay our December bills. I would really appreciate it. Help us continue going and going and going until forever happens. It is a bit of a hamster wheel, but damn it, I'd rather do this than my actual job. So here we are. Long shadows around him, not the geometrically straight shadows of the city, but the wild shadows of the garden. There were wild shadows. Itchy legs, itchy legs, itchy legs. Wild shadows of the garden. As the world grew dark, the light Pitt had been following grew bright. The light stopped at a fallen log, slowly became man-shaped, and then became a man, a robed, bearded man whose shoulders shook, whose back was to Pit, whose shoulders shook, who was sobbing in the garden. Pit made his approach. What do I... It's Jesus Christ. Yes, it's Jesus Christ. It's gonna be a little different than the Jesus you may be used to. Pit made his approach. The fear had long ago gone. The fear had long ago gone. Replaced something else, something new, something Pit had never felt before in his life. A feeling of completeness, of feeling loved. But the sound of the man crying sound of the man crying echoed in the garden, and a new sensation overwhelmed Pit, and another new sensation overwhelmed Pit. Even stranger, and more even stranger and more, I want to say, foreign. I want to say unusual. Help me out here, Google. Synonyms for strange. Unusual, odd, curious, peculiar, funny, bizarre, weird, uncanny, queer, unexpected. Queer. Queer could be good. Abnormal. Alien. I guess alien. More alien. To him. Then fashion. I'm gonna belch. Belch. Pardon me. Pit. Now only a few feet behind the man. White robes, who was crying. Now, Pit. Felt a bit awkward. It was amazing how different he felt in this place than in the world of the city. Not knowing what else to do, Pit cleared his throat. The bearded man in white robes turned around and Pit knew two things right away. That this man was crying tears of blood, and that he was Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's getting a little silly, I admit it, but it's gonna help me. It's gonna help me to have Jesus in my book. Jesus Christ stood in the woods. Stood in the woods. His eyes, his face streaked with blood. With blood soaked tears. His eyes were wide, and it was clear to Pit that he had surprised him. That he had thought he was alone. The main reason why I'm capitalizing H is just so you can differentiate Jesus from Pitt, really. Thought he was alone. But this thought only lasted a moment, and he smiled at Pitt and stood up. The sleeves of his robe was browning red and slowly browning with the streaks of old blood. I'm gonna see what the church doctrine is on this. Do you capitalize the H in he when for Jesus? Yes, you can capitalize he when referring to Jesus or God out of reference, but it's a matter of style. Was the style at the time? Sleeve his robe. Was red, slowly browning, with the streaks of dried old blood. Pitt stood before him, his one eye wide with wonder. Slowly, Jesus opened his eyes. Jesus. The silence for a moment. And he stood up. Caesar was red, slowly brown with the streaks of dried old blood. So, hello, my son. Pitt blinked his one good eye. He was certain he was dead or asleep. I don't like that. I don't like him knowing that he's having a dream. Pitt blinked his one good eye. He recognized the mystery man. He recognized the man, of course. Pitt had seen his tortured. Pitt had seen his tortured visage in the dark Catholic halls of his youth. Dark Catholic halls. Of the nunnery and the church that he lived. He lived in. More important importantly, he knew in his heart was Jesus the Christ which stood before him. Oh, my son. That's sort of as far as I got with that scene, so anything that comes after this is the new shit. Probably gonna continue writing for about 15-20 minutes, and then I'm gonna take a little break. Gonna end the stream. I'm probably gonna come back, and yeah, and that's just the way it's gonna be. So if you're watching, I hope you keep watching. Actually, I'm gonna ask Google that. I ask Google a lot of things. Maybe you shouldn't look at them too deeply. Is it better to keep streaming and to when you take a 40-minute break or start a new stream later in the day. This is a very let's see what AI says. This is the only time I try to avoid AI, but for 40-minute breaks, it's generally better to keep the stream running with a BRB screen. Music highlights maintain the engagement, stream continuity rather than ending and restarting, which disrupts viewer flow and can lose momentum. Though ending to prevent burnout and restart fresh later is a good option if you're truly drained. So tired stream is less fun for everyone. I have itchy ear. Okay, usually I would stop a stream. This is good to know. Maintain viewers, keep people in your channel, allow new viewers to see your content, regulars to stay engaged. Orders of new stream starting in the... Did I miss anything question? Those for short planned breaks like bathroom break or quick tech issues. Okay. Oh, pardon me. I like trains. Alright. So I'm gonna see about continuing from this direction. Well, hold on. Fill in later. I know what's happening here, but you don't. Okay, let's see what this is. All men are brothers. In the time of the rail of the life... In what? Should be life of the rail. And the time of the life of the rail. Life. Jesus, who wrote this shit? Oh, it was me. The time of the life of the rail with Mr. Berwin, when he was somewhere between a baby and a boy. The old man had taught him to write his name. Haven't I talked about this before? Or isn't this something that happened before? In the time of the life of the rail with Mr. Berwin, when he was somewhere between a baby and a boy, the old man had taught him to write his name. Write his name. It was somewhere between the twilight and the sunshine of memory, when he could see the letters of the place where they lived and where he was found, those first 4 letters in the Pittsburgh Shipping Company. The man told him of the Big Rock Candy Mountain, and as he did, he guided the boy's fingers into the dirt. First the P, then the I, then the T, and then the T. Pit. It was all he knew of himself. When he learned much later in life that pit was what you call a hole in the ground, he was not much surprised. I feel like, obviously this is old information. I might go back to where Mr. Berwin was first introduced and add this. In the small lit area of the boiler room, Pitt sighed and hugged himself. Behind him and above him were the strange knickknacks of the priest father that the priest father allowed him to keep. He remembered his first Virgin Mary statue. Is that all I have? You son of a bitch. Oh, no, it's not all I have at all. Thank God. So what does it take to sell out your own brother, to go against your own family? This is... a lot of the narratives are collapsing here. Because this question is presented to the bad guys. I mean, Pitt's a bad guy, don't get me wrong. But these are the questions being asked of the real bad guys. So what does it take to sell out your own brother, to go against your go against the family? The family. Your own blood, to hurt your own daughter like that? If all men are brothers, and all women are lovers, mothers, and friends, then what are we even doing here? That's new. Then what is all this for? Is all... The question might have driven him mad once, or at the very least kept him up. That and of course the Tiber. That and of course the alcohol. This is confused. Because these are questions for Tom, our hero. So I'm entering portions of this narrative that even I don't really know much about. The question might have driven mad once, or at the very least kept him up. That, of course, blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit. It's a sick thing to want what you can't have. It's downright cruel to need it. It's not bad. Oh, I'm writing the same thing over again. I just wrote the same damn thing twice. That's fine. Well, let's see where I'm going with this. It wasn't until the sirens died down, when he was finally able to catch his breath, he sat against the wall of the underground tunnel, gasping in lungfuls of ionized air. Do I mean ionized? What does ionized air mean? Electrical charge. That's fine. Ironized. What is ironized air? Is that something I just made up? It might be. Bitch, it might be. Oh, well, fuck you then. I guess ionized air isn't a thing. I'm just trying to be cute here, so I think I'll change it to ionized. Although I like ionized. See if anyone notices. It wasn't until the sirens died down when he was finally able to catch his breath. He sat against the wall of the underground tunnel, gasping in lungfuls. Is that underground tunnel redundant? I might delete this whole thing, so let's just keep reading. Gasping in lungfuls of ionized air. Strange that he would need to, as he always thought of himself as beyond those things. He was a beast, a runner without a pack. He could set himself against a direction and just go. Things like fatigue and worry were so new to him. He held on to the brickwork of the building, wet and shiny with last night's rain, and plotted his next move. He could probably double back and kill them. It's what the interior of his body, call it the soul if you like, but he couldn't bring himself to think in those terms. Where some had a mountain, he had a cliff. To have his hair and clothing caked with wet, then sticky, then dry blood. He might fall asleep like some animal that had gorged itself and fallen asleep somewhere. This might all get deleted. In a cave somewhere. Until he removed his clothes, shedded them in the way a snake sheds its skin, and found a lake to soak himself in. That might feel good. But he stopped himself from doing this. Why? Another animal feeling superseded this need. Yeah, this is okay. It choked him in the night when he heard those sirens and shouting men, brought him back to the train station, and the jaws of the dog made him as helpless as a child, weak as a kitten. Alright, obviously, things need to be fixed there. So, in case you're just joining this and you're wondering what the hell is going on, I'm actually combining 3 different chapters into one chapter. Because the way it is now, it's like, so there's like 4 main characters in the book, and the main hero, Tom, had like 3 chapters in a row, which I didn't really like. So I'm trying to like give Pitt, who's probably like has been the quietest main character so far. I'm trying to give him another chapter. I might give Molly another chapter. What would it take to sell out a brother? Nothing more than 40 pieces of silver, of course. This is also the main villain. Kind of explaining the main villain's motive. What would it take to sell out a brother? Nothing more than 40 pieces of silver, of course. He did a little dance. And he crowed as he spoke. Arr! Is that crow? He did a little dance. And he crowed as he crowed. He even kicked up his heels, and had he been wearing buckled shoes, he might have been reckoned as the devil then and there. The laughing, joyful villain. He was a Victorian equivalent of a blast to be around. It was hard to deny. He was a blast to be around. It was hard to deny. Surely I'd seen the fire in his eyes, burning as brightly as the fires of Tarsus. His psyche recalled not only old mythology, but science as well. The one about like attracting like. Oof. But there was always that ugly undercurrent. Peter Pan. But there was always that ugly undercurrent of physical violence behind that disarming smile. All the better to get in close and gut you. He had a temper, a remnant of ancient lava flow that could create such terrible flames. Yeah, this is a description of our villain. It was later ruminated by Pierre many years later, and after what had happened, that the crew that had been left behind, the crew of the turnabout, had been the lucky ones. But when those boys in the turnabout, the dogs are barking. I'll be right back. My dogs are barking. 1 second, please. BRB. Yeah, BRB, those bitches. Pop, pop, pop. And we're back. I wonder if my dog would like to say hello. Let's find out. Scully, you want to say hi? Oh, I left something downstairs. One moment. I left something downstairs. One moment. I left something downstairs. One moment. And once again, we are back. Oof. All right. Thank you, Toasty Waffles, for the follow. For the whatever. Thank you very much. Alright. Micro Digital Waker. Scully, come here. Come here, girl. Come here. I want to introduce you to the peoples. Come here, Scully. She's just out of my reach. She's just out of my... Okay. Come here, Scully. Come here, Scully. Okay, she doesn't want to play. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. Well, now what do you want to do? Let's take a little break from writing and just see what it's like when I... oh. Hello. See what it's like when I fucking play a video game. Although I haven't been able to get Steam to work for some reason. I click on Steam and nothing happens. Which is great. It's fantastic. Fantasticals. Micro Digital Waker. Why are we always sooner or later? Bitching in the kitchen or crying in the bedroom all night. Oh, I have a multi-stream chat. I've got a multi-stream chat. Why not? Oh, that's not me. That's not me. Okay, hold on. Hold on, peoples. Hold on, Melvin Van Peoples. Micro Digital Waker. Why are we always sooner or later? Bitching in the kitchen or crying in the bedroom all night. Dear Blender, was you the first offender? Oh, knife drawer. Yay. Days like mine. Okay, I do believe we are on Twitch. Test. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Okay. We got Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so that's pretty dope. Hi, Toasty Waffles. Thanks for joining the merry-go-round. Hope you are doing quite well. I'm gonna see if I can get Steam to work. It hasn't been working lately. I like your name, Toasty Waffles. I like toast and I like waffles. Well, I guess I'm gonna keep writing and try to get Steam to work. And if it doesn't work, I guess I'll just cry. Or maybe I'll play something else. I don't know. But I guess we should keep keep the home fires brewing as far as the writing's concerned. But so if I recall correctly, the last chapter we actually put down, I have to do this again. This is the entire novel. At least what I have in one document. Yes. Everything is so slow. So doing its thing. Let's see. What else? Oh, Blender, won't you help a first offender? Oh, knife drawer. Steam. Maybe Steam will work if I steam it up. It's fine. Micro Tittle Waker, why are we always sooner or later? Bitching in the kitchen or crying in the bedroom all night. Some of this I regret to inform you is not great, but I want to finish it. I gotta finish this fucking book, or else I'll never be able to live with myself, you know? And it's gotten to the point where it's like, I regret starting it, you know? It's like, what was I thinking? Trying to be a fucking novelist. Micro Digital Waker, why are we always sooner or later? Now, how is it that I can't really watch myself on Gram? You know? Oh boy. Sure. It's sort of thanks for asking. It's sort of a magical realist detective novel. At least that's how it started. Um, and there's a lot of different elements to it. It's kind of my attempt to write a Coen Brothers book. Um, and I'm streaming a lot of it just because it forces me to actually work on the book and also forces me to stream regularly, which is not something I usually do. Um, so there might be like obviously some spoilers. This is towards the end of the novel. This is like where a lot of the really problematic parts are popping up. Um, what was that? Into the Woods? Woods. It's like chapter 35. Yeah. Um, and I can't think of any writers that stream their process, which I feel like is maybe it's a little gimmicky, but um, I am getting something out of it because otherwise I don't know. I mean I talk to myself when I write anyway, so see my big mistake was trying to write a detective novel because that means you have to have a plot that makes sense. Um, when really you just want to write, but since it's a magical realist detective novel, then weird shit happens and you just kind of go with it. Uh, yeah, because like for example, this chapter, like one of the characters is like, "Oh, I know what's going on. Let me tell you," and it kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Toasty Waffles. I appreciate it. Yeah, and this is another thing. It's like I do eventually want to reach an audience, so I might as well just reach the audience now while it's happening. I gotta shut the door because it makes me nervous when there's an open door in the room. 1 second. Oof. So yeah, I hope you don't mind being the only person in that. Um, I'm gonna go back to this chapter later, and also I feel like there are some parts that I don't really want the audience to see just yet. So I'm just gonna skip that one for now. See what chapter 37 is all about. Oop, not chapter 3. That was a long time. And I recently learned that there are about 43 or 44 chapters in the book. So it's definitely winding down. But the problem is when you write a fucking detective story, it's like, okay, this has to make sense on some level. It's just like, I don't know why I decided to write a complicated book. And in fact, I'm going to skip this chapter too. Let's see. Chapter 38. Okay. This one I can also I also have a bunch of notes that someone sent me that I can look over, which probably probably might be useful. All right. All right. So this is actually it's almost the climax of the book right here, but I'll just give you a little sneak peek of what happens. All right. Over the river came the red smell of beef. Processional cows. What is this? What's going on here? Processional cows line the slaughterhouses, waiting for their turn, waiting for their appointment with mechanical death. Yeah, I also don't know how interesting this is to like watch, but I mean, I figure, you know, back back when I was a student, I used to hang out in coffee shops with my friends, and we would all like independently work on stuff. So if you want to do your own studying or your own writing, I'm okay with that. I appreciate you having me on in the background at least. Appointments, and of course, if you have any questions, let me know. Appointment, waiting for their appointments. Dates, waiting for their appointments with mechanical death. Endless lines of blood and bone and meat. A whole history of runoff from the ocean up the Mississippi, broken into a new river that split the city in a similar fashion into the bubbling lake blood which rounded the water into a solid sphere of muck. Then they reversed the water flow in 1900, a bit of pure engineering, an unacceptance of the way things were or had been, a repudiation of the natural. Oh, and also this book takes place in Chicago, and I started writing it sincerely when I was living there. And there's a lot of interesting things about Chicago that kind of lend itself well to a book like this. One of them is that they reversed the flow of the Chicago River, which I find very fascinating. I guess it was getting too stinky. So they repudiated the natural. Repudiation of the natural. This was how the city thrived. And also, if you don't know, Chicago was built on a swamp, so at a certain point, buildings were starting to sink into the muck. So what they did was they actually raised all the buildings in Chicago, and now there's actually like an underground section of the city. This was how the city thrived. This was how it always thrived. Wilhelm Geist stood at the bridge at the appointed time. He watched the dark, nickel-plated water roll and relax 20 feet below his hat. Below his hat? I don't know why I said below his hat. Who talks like this? I think I meant below his feet. He kicked the railings. He idly kicked the railings. No. He idly kicked the railings of the bridge. You don't need softly. He's already doing it idly. You don't really need softly. He idly kicked the railings of the bridge. A small stone rolled from underneath his foot and tumbled down into the water, landing with a soft bloop. The hopeful sculptures of Joliet, Marquette, Cavalier, and Kinsey seem to mock him with their sense of hope and goodwill. What the hell am I talking about? This must be like an old chapter, because I'm like talking about very specific things in the city. Let's see. Micro digital waker, why always sooner or later. Also, my computer's hella slow. Okay, there we go. James Earl Fraser. Oh. The Discoverers. Let's go, people. I want to see. Oh, okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? But is there supposed to be a sculpture that's near the river? I don't rightly know, sir. Micro digital waker, why are we always sooner or later? I like how these sculptures are very different. See, when I was starting this book, I had very like specific areas in the city that I wanted it to take place in, but it's been so long since I started this. The other difficult thing is that like I started this novel almost 20 years ago. Which, if you're ever writing a novel, don't take 20 years to do it. Because you sort of lose track of who does what to whom. That's my bad. Anyway. So, he's supposed to be near the river. Let me just do this. Hopeful sculptures of Joliet, Marquette, Cavalier, and Kinsey. Cavalier. Kinsey seemed to mock him with their sense of hope and goodwill. So too did the 28 flagpoles along the bridge's rim. Drifting bit by bit in the still wind. Flying flags of the United States, Illinois, and Chicago. This is a very specific spot that I'm talking about. Suddenly, singing. Oh, where have you been, Billy boy? Where have you been? Oh, where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Where have you been, charming Billy? I've been to seek a wife. She's the joy of my life. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Joining him there on the bridge was a man he was sure was dead. Standing on the bridge. Standing there on the railing. Dancing and walking on the railing of the bridge. Was a man Will was sure was dead. Oh, well, I did not think you would show up. Oh. And guys turned around, nearly died of a heart attack. Billy boy. Billy boy. Now, what song am I talking about here? Where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? I may get dinged if I play the whole song, but I want to make sure that I'm thinking of the same song. And I also want to know if it's, and this is another thing. I'm taking so long to write this book that there are songs that didn't start off in the public domain, but now they are in the public domain, which is fun. Paste. Oh, what? I don't want karaoke though. I don't want karaoke. I want 1930 something. Let's try this one. Ed McCurdy. It's an American folk song, so it should be in public domain. Hey boy. All right. One cannot leave her mother. All right. Charming Billy. Mm. Yay. All right, so that is in the public domain, which is great. It means I can use it, and no one will give a shit. So this is the super intimidating song that the bad guy sings just before he shows up after being missing and presumed dead for many years. Geist turned around and nearly died of a heart attack. They're walking toward him, dancing on the railing of the bridge, and carrying his baby son was a dead man. I'm gonna back up a little bit because I want there to be more of a well, I'm dying to know where this sculpture is. Maybe I just made it up. But I know that there's a specific spot I'm thinking of in this bridge. Chicago, Michigan Street Bridge. Michigan DuSable Bridge, formerly the Michigan Avenue Bridge. Is this what I'm thinking of? I guess so. Oh my god, Wikipedia, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is what I want. So where's the sculpture? I mean, I guess I shouldn't. Oh my god. I guess I shouldn't be too like autistic about getting things exactly right, because ultimately it is a work of fiction. But I just want things to be nice, you know. And also, you can probably figure out why it's been taking me decades to write this fucking book. All right. Over the river came the red smell of beef. Processional cows line in the slaughterhouses waiting for their appointments with mechanical death. Endless lines of blood and bone and meat. A whole history of runoff from the ocean up the Mississippi, broken into a new river that split the city in a similar fashion. Broken into a new river that split the city into the bubbling lake blood, which rounded the water into a solid sphere of muck. I don't know what that means. That's fine. Then they, meaning the city fathers, reversed the water flow in 1900. A bit of pure engineering, an unacceptance of the way things were or had been, a repudiation of the natural. This was how the city thrived. This was how it always thrived. Wilhelm Geist stood at the bridge at the appointed time. So when did they call... Hold on. I wonder if it's faster to look things up on my phone. Excuse me. When did they change the name of DuSable Bridge? Also, am I pronouncing that right? Okay, so it's Michigan Avenue Bridge. They changed the name in 2010. At Michigan Avenue Bridge. That's confusing. Why did they do that? They have a Michigan Avenue Bridge, but there's also like a DuSable Street. And am I pronouncing that right, by the way? I don't think I've ever said it out loud before. DuSable pronunciation. DuSable. I am. Why, I am pronouncing Father. Wilhelm Geist stood at the Michigan Avenue Bridge at the appointed time. He watched the dark, nickel-plated water roll and relax 20 feet below his feet. He idly kicked the railings of... kicked the pavement. Kicked the pavement edges. Pavement edges of the bridge. A small stone rolled from underneath his foot and tumbled down into the water, landing with a bloop. He wondered, wah, 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 not for the first time, what he was doing here. The kidnappers told him to meet him here, but made no demands. Is that right? But they gave him no reason to trust them. Oh, lordy. Billy boy, Billy boy, charming Billy. The awful sculptures of Joliet, Marquette, Cavalier, and Kinsey seemed to mock him with their sense of hope and goodwill. So too did the 28 flagpoles along the bridge's rim, drifting bit by bit in the still wind, flying flags of the United States, Illinois, and Chicago. Suddenly, there was sing. Just as Geist was getting ready to give up, there was singing. Oh, where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Oh, where have you been, charming Billy? I've been to seek a wife, she's the joy of my life. She's a young thing and cannot leave her mother. Geist turned around slowly and nearly died of a heart attack. There, walking toward him, dancing on the railing of the bridge and carrying his baby son, was a dead man. Hopping. I know. The road to hell is paved with adverbs, but damn it. He turned around slowly. Okay? He turned around slowly and nearly died of a heart attack. There, hopping toward him, dancing on the railing of the bridge and carrying his baby son, was a dead man. Oh, well, Billy boy, I did not think you would show up. Calvin O'Halloran. His red hair sparkling wildly in the sun, held the blue wicker basket in his left hand. What? I thought he was holding a baby. And a pearl-handled cane in his right. He looked at Wilhelm with laughing eyes behind his rounded spectacles. Will Jr. seemed okay, and regarded his father dully from beneath his blankets. What the hell are you doing here? Yes, he's German. There's a German and an Irishman walk into a bar. What the hell are you doing here? Ah, Willy, Will, why wouldn't I be here? I mean, family has to take care of their own, right? And I'm just here to make sure my nephew gets taken care of. Pitter? What the hell is bitter? This is back before I knew German. Bitte. Calvin, bitte. Put him down. He's my son. Yes, and so ending his life would hurt you. Wouldn't it? Well, we don't want that, do we, love? He is part of the family. Calvin's mouth made a round O in childlike surprise. Oh, suddenly that's important to you now, is it? Well, then I guess I should treat him like a member of the family now, should I? Maybe show him how much family means maybe show him how much family means to us O'Hallorans, yes? And with that, Calvin took the handle of the blue wicker basket in both hands and chucked it over the side of the bridge. The basket sailed in the air and hung there forever. ... Molly and Tom rounded the corner of Whacker, and let's say LaSalle. I love these little notes to myself. Is there a corner of Whacker and DeSalle? The corner of Whacker and LaSalle. Yes, this is where we're at. Okay. Or I should say, this is where Tom and Molly, our heroes, are at. Charming Billy. Can I get a satellite photo? Maybe? How do I... Layers. There's layers to this, okay? Alright. So. Whacker and LaSalle. So this has got to be okay. So they're... I would rather you didn't do that. Alright, so fucking... Wilhelm Geist and Calvin O'Halloran are here. The river flows this way, I'm pretty sure. This is Whacker. So this is... Where's LaSalle? State, Dearborn, Clark, LaSalle. Okay. I turn the corner on LaSalle. Will you stop? I need you to stop. Okay. Huh. Where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? I'm not exactly sure how they can see what's going on from there. Also, what direction does the Chicago River flow? Chicago River flows west, away from Lake Michigan. Okay, that's what I want, obviously. So the water's flowing this way. Let's call them our villains are over here. Right outside Trump International Hotel. Great. Fucking Calvin drops the baby or throws the baby. The water flows this way, so, and this is where our heroes are. Alright. Molly and Tom rounded the corner of Whacker and, let's say LaSalle. So, I can change that because that doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe state? Dearborn might make a little more sense. Let's say Dearborn. Where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Two shadows were talking in the middle of the bridge. They saw that one of them was Wilhelm Geist. The other had their backs to them. But they could see whoever it was had the baby, Will Geist Jr., in his hands. Tom. Yeah, I see him. They ran toward the two figures. In some dreams, when the dreamer runs, the wind will pick up and the runner will not be able to move forward. The dreamer will run against the wind and never seem to progress. This was what Molly and Tom experienced when trying to run toward the figures speaking on the bridge. He saw a third figure on the far bridge, one so far away it seemed to blur. Then another appeared. He had to have been watching all the time. Tom recognized the fourth figure immediately. I don't remember who these people are. Okay, there we go. Percy's jaw was wired shut, frozen in a permanent gnash. He was tracked from behind by Robert Browning. The two men tumbled over one another. Okay. Punching and screaming. So Robert needs Robert Browning needs another chapter. Because, what the hell is he doing there? Last time we saw this guy, he was taking care of his family. So I might need another chapter, which is fine. The two men tumbled over one another. See, I have a whole list of problem parts. And there's a lot. This novel's got a lot of problems. A whole list of problems. But I'm going to add one problem at the very end. Which is... Oh, I figured that one out, I think. And... Extra... Oh, hello. What just happened? Extra... Bubbles Thursday chapter to explain how he got to the bridge. And that's just one of many problems this novel has, but I got to finish it. I made a plan. I made a what do you call it? An oath. I pledged an oath to finish this book by the end of the month. The end of the year. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be done. It's gonna be fucking done. It's a little disheartening knowing I have to write at least one more chapter, but I guess I shouldn't freak out that much because that's the life of the mind for you. Percy's jaw was wired shut, frozen in permanent gnash. He was tackled from behind by Robert Browning. The two men tumbled over one another, punching and screaming. The people going about their day-to-day stopped and stared. Robert's bottle of alcohol slipped from his grip, and Robert watched the bottle fall from his grasp in slow motion. In a vision of the future, he saw the bottle shattered 100 pieces on the concrete sidewalk. But the bottle did not shatter. Miraculously, it merely bounced. Robert reached for it, rolling on his tucking... What? Robert reached for it, rolling on his tucking and rolling on his shoulders. Holding it close to him, he fumbled for his lighter. Oh, right. He's making a Molotov cocktail. Or he made one. There's a lot of alcoholism in this story. Robert here is... pretty big alcoholic, so this is a moment of triumph where he uses his last bottle of alcohol to make a Molotov cocktail. When were Molotov cocktails invented? I'm sure they go way back. When were Molotov cocktails invented? Improvised incendiary devices. No. Oh, wow. Huh. So this is a bit of an anachronism. That's okay, I guess. I mean, technically, I can't believe Molotov cocktails weren't invented until the 30s. The story takes place in 1933. So, technically, he should know about Molotov cocktails, but, you know, he's a smart guy. He probably figured it out. Percy said, oh my gosh, I forgot about this. So, it takes place in the 30s. So, people are going to be using the N word quite often, actually. I don't know how in trouble I will get in the stream for having that word in print, but it's the 30s in Chicago. People are going to use the N word. But I will try to be more aware and blur it out. See, this is another advantage of having no subscribers, no viewers. I just had the N word on screen for a little while there. Forgot about it. And hopefully I don't get dinged for that or whatever. So I'm just gonna make sure that that doesn't appear on camera for very long. Percy's ever done, but so much more like ta-da. Ta-da. Robert waited for the bullet to come as he yanked his thumb back. A tiny flame sprang to life, licking the white cloth, turned into a ball of fire in Robert's hand, which he spun around and chucked it at Percy. Just as the near-mute giant fired, the bullet shattered the body, and the resultant explosion of fire and momentum swarmed all over Percy's clothing. Okay, yeah, Percy's a bad guy, so he says the N-word every so often, and Robert Bubbles is black, so what are you gonna do? A tiny flame sprang to life, licking into white cloth, and which turned into a ball of fire in Robert's hand. He spun around and chucked it at Percy. Just as the near-mute giant fired, the bullet shattered the bottle, and the resultant explosion of fire and momentum swarmed all over Percy's clothing. The gangster became all aflame, his limbs twisting, leaving droppings of living fire like shit from a phoenix. What do you guys think of that? Shit from a phoenix? Calvin and Wilhelm pounded each other as the baby landed on the surface of the water. He was followed by Percy, who made a fiery splash of water. That's a little awkward. Oh, where have you been? Oh, I got a text from my girlfriend. What does she want? Hang on. Uh-oh. What's this? Uh-oh. A strong wind event. Okay. I may turn off my power on Wednesday. Okay. Where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Where have you been, charming Billy? Sorry, I trailed off there. I might meditate at some point, and I guess I can keep streaming. Pardon. Calvin and Wilhelm pounded each other as the baby landed on the surface of the water. He was followed by Percy, who made a fiery splash This is a little awkward. I'm gonna have to extend this quite a bit. Every occupier of the bridge stopped to look at the fiery passers-by on the bridge. Every occupier. That's stupid. Passers-by on the bridge stopped to look at the fiery man, who seemed. Fiery man seemingly turn into a blue vessel, into the blue vessel in the silver one. Turn into a blue vessel on the silvery water. On the silver water. No one spoke, as though through concentrated effort, through sheer force of will, they could make sense of what they were seeing, or force the basket to stop. Each mind made a general theory about where this baby and his little boat was likely to end up. How long before you would bump against a boat, or knock against a filtration pipe? Any accident could come his way, and he would float in foul water until he got sucked under. "Oh my God, Tom," said Molly, and held tightly onto Tom's arm. The detective responded in kind, holding her close. They watched the baby drift down the river. Tom was struck by the fact he could see the boy's face from their position. Tom and the boy locked eyes for a moment. Tom imagined the child traveling west, through the canals and filtration pumps, through the water mains and down to the Mississippi, down the Gulf of Mexico, drifting down along the whole of the ocean. Down, down, down. Rock lobster. No, no. I guess what's the point of her doing this? Oh boy. No. Shut up, Mom. Try to make her a little less hysterical. Shoited, Molly. Certainly. Yuck, yuck, yuck. They ran downstream toward the child. People murmured and turned toward the sound. Look! Is that a baby? Good God, somebody please do something. But nobody moved. Where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Yeah, I might have to meditate for a bit. I guess I'll keep streaming. But, yeah. Hang on, tick. Hello. Why isn't this working? Alright, I'm just gonna do maybe an intermission. Yeah, there we go. No, I don't like that. Maybe just a BRB. Alright, I'll be back in like. Or half an hour. And we're back. Oh, that's loud. That's better. Alright, can you all see me okay? Whew. I had to meditate there. I feel a lot better now. I was crashing pretty hard. Alright, where were we? So I had an editor look at the story not too long ago. And I'm gonna see if I haven't really looked at his notes. But I guess I could do that now. If none of you are meditators, I highly recommend it. I was really crashing hard. Go away. Okay, now. Okay. Excuse me. Well, I think I'm gonna take another break. I know I just had a break, but I need to drink some coffee, something. Well, I'm still a little loopy. 1 second. Recording error. Oh no. Have I been recording this whole time? Oh boy. Well. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream. Maybe come back a little later. I'm gonna see if I'm actually recording stuff. Anyway, I love you. Have a great day.